Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Hello! Chat. Hey. Thank you for the 11 months of Prime. Ghostber. Dogber. I don't know how I'm supposed to say it. DOCPER underscore. True! Oh fuck. Okay, actually, my bad. I'm not starting with Hades. My bad. I forgot to update. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. My bad. Anyways, so. Are you gonna hunt Fav on the worst weapon banner in the history of the game? I'm thinking about it. I know. I know. I shouldn't. Anyways, first things first, okay? Did you guys see that parts of the VOD from yesterday got muted? Cause Hoyo fucking put their goddamn Robin song in the content ID for copyright claims on Twitch. So, parts of the audio got muted because the Robin song was playing. What? When is Hades 2? We're probably gonna play a little bit less Hades 2 today. Cause, I don't want to fuck my analytics too bad. Alright, where are we gonna spend our resin today? It might just be character XP. Oh. Just play it on the second channel? I might, yeah. What play? Play Arlecchino, Pog.
Gonna be epic.
I think we'll go back to the Song of Broken Past domain. Agreed? Agreed. Yeah, we'll just go and do that now. Ugh. Oh, also, chat. I have good news for you. It's on Spotify. Let's go! Only this one, though. But it's the best one, so it's fine.
For justice. Overruled. Ring cutter, know my sword. Huh? Everybody stand. Wind strider.
Arlecchino's VA singing? Is it? Wait, it is? Wait. Wait, that's kind of pog. Holy.
Laid bare. Witness the power of the rock. Know my sword. Teamwork is dream.
You. Does more damage now she sings better. SMH Hu Tao. True.
Overruled. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your. I'm going in. This is where you fall.
Anyways, let me turn it down a little. Age business.
Laid bare. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Everybody stand back. Wind strider.
Time to go.
Navia domain? This is not the Navia domain. This is the Chevreur's domain. True.
Ring cutter. Know my sword. Going in.
Oh, I forgot to eat.
Overruled.
That's not good. It's not really the Chevreur's domain. It's kind of just, I don't know. It'd be nice to have a good set for this. As VR, I'll keep it.
Time to act. Witness the
Why is it
power
not
of the
infusing?
rock.
Hello. Whatever.
Everybody stand back.
I forgot to E again. How did I forget to E twice? That's impressive. I'm impressed. Are you impressed, chat? Thank you for the $1.03. Fog.
Overruled. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Teamwork is dreamwork. Off we go.
Why the 0.3? I'm guessing they donated in a different currency and it was converted or something. I don't know, man. Ew.
Transfixed. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Everybody stand.
Wind strider.
Okay. Last one. Please. I am begging. Oh, wrong set. Well, that was a great use of my resin. What's up with today's title? Well, the new banners have been announced, and we're going to talk about them, and we're going to do a banner review.
Overruled. Adventure. Off we go.
Hmm.
Transfixed. Witness my rise. Overruled.
One with nature.
Okay, and the last commission of the day. He added Farina Pedro, let's go. I did, and if you guys abuse it, I will remove it. Don't fuck with me, chat. Abuse it while we can? That is fucked up. Wow. Well, that was Pog.
Add Astra. Thank you for completing. Add Astra.
May I get 8 Poggers in the chat? For that amazing content and gameplay. Agreed. Alright. Poggers shit emote? You're a shit emote. Fuck you. Okay, so this is actually not a bad banner. Hmm. It's like fine. Great banner? I wouldn't really call it great. Because, like, if you're not really interested in Wanderer and you want to wish on this one, Farazan is pretty worthless. Beto's good. But nowadays, she's only really played in a few teams. And there's generally other options. And then Lila's fine. I Here's the thing, okay? Range gauge is actually pretty good. Alright, like range gauge is actually kinda pog. And Prospector's drill is fine. Like, all things considered, this could be worse. But then, this is ass. Hmm. Yeah, I can't go for this banner, man. Fuck! And let's go clear our mind with some Abyss. Agreed? What should we play? Oh, I keep playing Arlecchino. Eh. Okay, actually, I know what I want to do. What do I play second side? Hmm. Is gonna be Hyper Bloom. I don't want to play Hyper Bloom. I want to play something else, but I don't know what. Actually, I haven't played Hu Tao this Abyss yet. Okay.
Benny's a Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy.
Yes, Lud, it is. What does it start with again? Oh yeah, Yankees.
Solidify.
I'm going in.
Overruled.
Shower me with praise. Rain cutter, rain outlines your fate. Let my name echo in song.
Skyward. Make way for the idiot.
Witness the power of the wild. Know my sword. Time to shine.
Seize the sky.
See? Rain cutter. Know my strike a pose. Let my name echo.
Must go on. Make way for the attack.
Aww.
Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword.
What? I was like,
Rain
whatever.
outlines it. Yoo-hoo! Time to shine.
Stray cloud converge.
Rain cutter.
Yeah.
Know my sword. Rain outline.
I was literally in that frozen in the dash animation. How is that real? How is that real? How is that? That's during my iframes, man. Whatever.
Laid bare. Stabilize.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light.
Burst.
Everybody stand.
Oh, I fucked up. I only got a half mark.
Let's light it up.
Overruled.
Okay, half mark is gonna be fine for this one. We got the full mark though.
Witness the power of the wild. Know my strike a pose. Let the world
Come on. Good enough.
Rain cutter. Body and
I am an idiot.
time to shine.
Make way for the
May I present? Stop
Why am I so bad?
sword. Witness the power.
Oh, I fucking...
stray cloud converge.
Whatever. Oh, that's really nice.
Burst forth.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Overruled.
Stabilize.
Everybody stand.
My Mask of the Red Death is gone.
Gather. Live.
Going in.
Okay. Give me the energy, give me the energy! Okay.
Rain cutter. Let my name echo in song.
Make way for the attack.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. Know my soul.
Whatever, it's fine. I'm not gonna need another rotation, so wrong order doesn't really matter. Hog. You say Hu Tao AoE is funny, but doesn't Plunge Hu Tao have very decent and effective AoE? Were you there 2 minutes ago when we were doing 12-1? Were you present? Were you absent? You do the reverse chambers with the same teams? I can't clear the Lector with these teams. Like, the Arlecchino team doesn't have enough Geo app to get through the Lector. It's gonna take so long. Can't be bothered. I could just fucking, like, let it time out, but... eh. But I guess we could. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's give it a shot, see how it goes. You can change albedo? No, I cannot. I refuse.
Witness the power of Gua.
I dash out of that. That's whatever.
Shower me with praise. Let the world come out.
Skyward. Make way for the attack.
Okay, I'm getting horrible grouping RNG. This is actually such a bad comparison because that's actually like insanely awful RNG.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Whatever.
Seize the skies.
help out, get our burst back. Oh, we already had our burst back. I guess that wasn't necessary. What's this again? Oh yeah, it's this fucking cringe. Wait, no! Wait, that's not what I thought it was. Oh my god.
Let's light it up. Everybody.
That is not where I was, you idiot! And she teleported right outside of... Oh wait, that's perfect. Thanks for trapping me inside my Bennett burst. That's actually very useful of you, thank you. That is not Zhongli, it's fine. They moved anyways, so...
I will have order.
Oh, perfect. Oh, we got such good RNG here. That was such good RNG, holy.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Shower me with praise. Let the world.
Stray clouds converge.
I know this looks weird, but this was intentional.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate.
You can normal with Farina? Oh yeah, I could have done that. True. Oh, I forgot to let it cook. Actually, it's fine. There's 3 anyways, so I don't need to let it cook. Oh, the N3 was so nice there. It actually pulled them into one another.
Stabilize. Burst forth.
Where do you think you're going? But we'll meet then.
Be nice. Thanks.
Laid bare.
Coming to be. This is order.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let
Stabilize.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I should just stay on Bennett.
Transfixed.
Hey, whatever. They can get petrified? Yeah, they can.
know my sword. Let me read. Time to shine.
Oh my.
Make way for the
Rain cutter. Rain outline. Strike a pose.
Oh no, he's gonna push me back.
stray clouds converge.
Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Rain out. Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Make way for the
He moved away, Saj.
No, my sword. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your.
I cleanse you of your sins. Burn the unholy dross. Burn this barren wasteland. Solidify.
Laid bare.
False laws begone.
I'm going in.
All who have sinned
Adventure time.
fight your salvation.
Transfixed.
Gather.
Let's light
Oh,
it up.
fuck off.
One more sin upon your soul. Stabilize.
Wait, he gets a shield back like this? Oh, fuck. I thought he did the... Wait, why did it do the... So it works if you do the cryo... if you break this one, if you get to the cryo shield, but it doesn't work on the pyro one? That is crazy. Okay. I guess that means I have to try to break it. When I did something similar with a... Oh my god, I didn't get my sack draw. When I did something similar with a freeze team, and I didn't have a way to break the cryo shield, he did like the weird-ass phase thingy instead.
Higher, higher, hands on fire. No, my sword. Let me read it. Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive.
Seize the skies.
Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword. Let my name echo in song.
Wait, oh fuck. I didn't want to stagger him. No, I'm gonna be so far away.
Cross over. Witness the power. Time to shine.
Seize the skies.
Okay, so... How the fuck am I gonna do this?
I cleanse you of your sins. Burst forth. Solidify. Order guide you.
Everlasting as the moon. Laid bare.
Moment of birth. This barren wasteland. Gather. This is order. Holy dross.
Come into being.
Let's light it up.
Live.
Oh, I fucked it up.
Teamwork is strict. Get out of here. Let's light it up.
Your salvation.
Transfixed.
Stabilize.
Come into being.
Order guide you.
Witness my great undertaking.
Going in.
What? Why did he stay down for such little time?
Let's light it up.
What?
Overruled.
Oh, I guess I didn't break the shield the first time. I thought I broke it, but I guess it just expired right before her.
The unholy dross. Solidify.
Wow, that is sad.
Come into being.
Teamwork is strict.
Because you missed the first Zhongli burst. Wait, what do you mean I missed the first Zhongli burst? Oh, I got the... Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Whatever. Ugh. Yeah, fuck that. I can't do it, chat. I can't do it. Really? Surely Elan instead of Albedo wouldn't be better Albedo supremacy? True. You get it.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Hmm. Candace would be better? You are so right. I want to play more Arlecchino, but I feel like I'm only playing 2 teams. Only playing Mono Pyro and Vape, which is kind of sad. I need Chevaleuse, man. What if I played Overload Arlecchino without Chevaleuse? This is... no. 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 I can do Overvape, though. What's the point? Just do 1 roll on the standard banner and get Chevaleuse. It didn't work. Get a sack greatsword. Wow. Wait, don't I have more wishes here? No, I don't. Fudge. But I did. Is it good on Navia? Well, that's cool, but... there's a problem with that.
Adventure time.
Small problem. Where the fuck is my Navia? You talk about the new banners very briefly, but I'm planning on recording a banner video. I just don't know what to say, man. It's such a non-banner, you know? It's bad, stop recording. True. That is the extent of my banner review.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Hmm.
Benny's adventure team.
Why is Lila always on banners I'm not rolling? I agree, man. Speaking of which,
Benny's adventure team assemble.
maybe we can... I don't wanna... Dude, I'm like so not motivated to play Genshin right now. Like, Arlecchino was fun and shit, but like, there's no content to play her in. This Abyss isn't fun. And like, I'm finally actually playing a good game, because Hades 2 came out. And now I'm just like, bro, what is this? Yeah, going from Hades 2 to this Abyss is just... And... Now we can, oh, TCG nerfs? Holy. Holy. They nerfed Yolano TK heavily, deserved. You see the news about the visual update coming to Notlun? What? That's not a visual update, that's just a optimization update. Wait, no, it's the opposite of an optimization update. Wait, what? Ain't no way. No shot. They're actually just straight up increasing the system requirements for the game. Like they're not adding new graphic options. They're just straight up increasing system requirements. Bro, the fucking Samsung sponsorship makes so much sense now. What the fuck? It doesn't go to PC though. It's just mobile and PlayStation. Wow. Dude, I don't know how I feel about the fucking Samsung sponsorship now. I feel like they had to have known, right? That's kind of shitty. Why is it shitty? They're making an effort to keep the game running on old hardware. There are literally not. Like they're straight up saying you're gonna have to reduce your graphic settings next update because we're making the optimization worse. That's kind of shitty. They're not saying they're making the optimization worse. I mean, they're not outright saying that, but they're heavily implying it. Like, they're saying things will look worse on your current settings because we're gonna have to make your current settings more shit. To not, like... I generally don't see how that's a bad thing. Games that keep themselves tied to ancient hardware are ass.
Let them do as they please.
I mean... A 5-year-old phone is not fucking obsolete hardware. Not everyone can afford to get a new phone every fucking year. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, like... They're saying they're improving the visuals of the game, that's why the requirements are getting worse. I mean, why not just add that as an option? What they're saying is your current game will look worse in 5.0. It's not possible if they add new content. They can make the new content part of it look better without making the old content look worse. Whatever. I don't know. That's not how requirements for graphic works? Wait, why? Natlan doesn't need to be loaded in at the same time as the current areas. Why does better graphics in the new place mean that you have to make the current place look worse? It's a graphics engine, not just asset. Then why can't they keep everything the same, but, you know, add an additional option for much better graphics or whatever? And when you don't select that, then the new place looks like the current place. And when you do select that, the current place looks the same, but the new place looks good. Like, what? I'm confused. Not that simple. If the rendering is set to X, changing that dynamically depending. Okay, but like, why can they increase the rendering for the new zone, but not for the old zones? If they can increase it everywhere, why not just fucking add the setting to make it bigger? Like, I'm not very knowledgeable about this. I'm trying to understand. You're reading it wrong. This is good for both new and old devices. I mean, how can visual performances will be reduced compared to the current version after the version 5.0 update mean a good thing? Is visual performance being reduced good? It's good for older devices so they run smoother, but do they run smoother? Is it gonna run smoother on the old areas? Because they don't say that at all. And I feel like if that was the case, they would say it, because that's a very nice thing to brag about. Whatever. I'm too corns for this shit.
What could the children Never mind. Let them do as they please.
My closing thoughts on this is, you don't need to make the game look better, man. Like, the game looks good enough as it is. What the fuck are you doing? I don't play on the highest settings. I could play on higher settings, but it doesn't fucking matter. Who could, like, literally who gives a shit? Like, I swear, man, like, playing on settings any higher than this is like, at that point, you're just trying to brag about how crisp it looks. Because it doesn't really look better. Yeah. Unironically, I think the only graphic setting that matters past this is higher FPS than 60. It'll run smoother on old devices. How is that even a debate? But I don't understand why it wouldn't just be better to add the option to play on toaster settings and end up with the same result, except you don't have to do it. You get to choose. That's what I don't understand. I mean, I do understand. I don't know. They probably just can't be bothered. I think for mobile, the one game people use to showcase their performance is Genshin. Hoyo might have felt pressure to push that limit since it's free advertising for the phone from the phone brands. I guess, yeah. Yeah, as that kind of makes sense. I don't know. I definitely feel like from a player perspective, higher settings than this just doesn't matter. Like, ooh. Wow. This rock is a little bit more cornery now. Wow. Isn't that crazy? Oh my goodness. Who cares? Yeah, I actually kind of struggle to like really come to terms with the fact that Genshin is actually a popular mobile game. How are there that many people that have phones that are good enough to play it? Bro, my phone doesn't even have enough fucking storage to download it, even if I delete every single other thing on it. I know, because I tried. Use like a 10-year-old phone. Yeah, because it still works completely fine. I ain't about to spend fucking $1,000 for a new phone. My other phone just has the basic utility apps and Genshin. My other phone? Do you realize how fucking deranged that sentence is? That my other phone? What phone do you have? I have a Samsung S7. Honestly, the most annoying part about it is that it uses the cable that they used before USB-C. I don't remember what it's called. Which means that if I don't bring a charger, no one has a spare. Micro USB, yeah. Like, that's the only thing about it that, like, actually makes me sometimes want to get a new one. Do bank apps work still? Yeah, I have a bank app on my phone. It works just fine. I guess buying a phone specifically to play a game isn't much different from buying a console. Still strange to me. I mean, I don't know, man. I guess. But, like, why not buy a Switch? You'll get, like, better performance, better games. Probably for cheaper, too. You won't get better performance for the Switch? This thing is shit. See, that's the thing, right? You'd think so. But the reality is that because developers know that the optimization on Switch is awful,
Adventure time.
they actually either... Well, some of them don't, but, like, most of them do. They adapt and they optimize their game a lot better for the Switch. With the phone, they don't have to do that, so they'll just fucking optimize for the best phone on the market, and if you don't have the best phone on the market, you're just sitting there with awful fucking performance.
Off we go.
Like, obviously a Switch, like, the device, isn't as technologically capable as, like, a good phone. But because it's fixed and it's always the same, the performance just ends up being better. If phones fix at lower performance and higher end users will get shafted, then that's not fair. See, why do you think it's not fair if your game looks good instead of looks fucking photorealistic. Who cares? What is that? Is that a Rickroll? Testing the NVIDIA RTX. Why are you sending me this? Like, does this face model look like it needs a more billion pixels? No! Bro, there's like 3 lines in here, okay? Like, there's like 3 lines on the whole face, okay? And you switch to high settings just for now. Ooh, the 3 lines are gonna be slightly more defined. I don't even know what else I can increase. It looks worse. Bloom on. Yeah, it actually looks worse on higher settings because it's even more noticeable that the face has like 3 lines on it.
Something you wish to report?
Ew.
Go on. You have my undivided attention.
I feel like I'm outside. I don't like it. Oh, I hate Bloom. Ah, so much nicer. It's like Bloom looks like what it looks like outside when you go from inside to outside. Bloom off looks like what the outside looks like after you've been outside for an hour. I think that's the best way of explaining Bloom. But it's not pleasant to look outside right as you go out. It's like, it's so light and, My eyes haven't adapted to this level of lighting yet. But it's so ugly. It's the one setting I disable in every game. Not motion blur? Damn, that's crazy. Motion blur player. Question, but a bit off topic, but if you remember, the first Showcase banner contained only Pyro and Electro characters. Do you think they'll continue to add her only to those types on banners, or can we expect her to appear on a banner with characters with other elements? I think it's likely that you see Chevaliers on a banner where the 5-star isn't Electro or Pyro, when there's 2 5-stars on a banner. If it's like a new Pyro or Electro 5-star, I don't think they're necessarily going to put an Electro and Pyro 5-star for like the rerun at the same time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know for sure. What if Chavois is on Sijuin banner? I will... Yeah. I will. Honestly, I'll just fucking go for Sijuin at that point. I guess I'm going for C6 Sijuin. It is what it is. What's up, Limbo? Chat, imagine if I actually end up using my primos to C6 Sijuin. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Wouldn't that be funny? That's just the equivalent to C6 Chi-Chi. It's not. C6 Sijuin is like better than C0 Nebula. So C0.5. I'm not sure if she's better than C1. Honestly, we can calc it. How many hits do you get? Do we have leaks for her that show how many hits you get at C4? I think only at C6. It's the same amount of hits at C6. Anyone know where I can find some C6 Sijuin footage? Has there been any? Could be in the subreddit. I'm looking, but I can't find it. That's not C6, is it? That is not C6. Wait, that is C6. But it doesn't show how many hits there are. I don't think it's a visual indicator of the amount of hits. Maybe it is. No, it's clearly not. And
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind.
I don't know if I can find it. No. Why is there no gameplay, man? Fudge. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted, Len, honey. Man. Yeah, Oathkeeper, that's good. Or if you actually have footage of it, you can just tell me the amount of hits she does. That works as well. Hey, they give her the 6 months watchful. Welcome, Jello Born.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
It's always nice to see some wholesome first-time chats. Lurkers, say hi. True. I just sent it. Alright, Paul. Okay, chat, give me a second. I will count the hits. Ah, tabarnak. Right. I hate this so much, but it's fine. Is that 13 or 12? I can't tell. I think that's 13. It might even be 14, actually. Is the footage C6 or C4? It doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't extend duration. Okay, let's assume 14.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Okay. So, base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, effective HP. Motion value, damage. So, base HP, we're gonna have C0 with what's the strongest what's the strongest 4-star bow option for her burst damage? It might actually just be slingshot. Yeah, whatever. Or maybe it's R5 Moon's Moon. Whatever. Let's do slingshot. Okay, C0, slingshot. C4, R1, C6, R6. Or R5.
I can't promise
Not
you'll like
R6. Am
what
I
you
an
see.
idiot? R6 isn't a thing. So base HP 13,348, HP percent 28.8 plus 46.6 plus I don't know, 30 from subs plus that's it. A lot of HP. Plus Hydro Resonance. This is gonna be Sijuin, Kazuha, Zhongli, Farina. Flat HP, around 5k. Total HP. Okay. C4R1. The only stat change is going to be the weapon stats. Oops. Which gives you 106.2% HP. At R5, it's plus 40. No, 106.2. I'm an idiot. Okay. And then this is plus 40. Okay. Damage percent. So, Kazuha, 32. Petra Zhongli, a lot easier to do because you have a lot less uptime on this stuff. So you can actually get Petra reliably. Farina can get a good amount of stacks.
What could the children be up to?
Plus 46.6 plus.
As they please.
I think that's it. Now for these, I don't think she gains any damage percent from cons. Res Shred, motion value, and crit value. This is 20. That's 25. He gets 28. 50 something. And Maréchaussee. Yeah, you can go Maréchaussee. Can't get too many crit subs, but I'll be right back. I just realized, actually, chat. Her signature at high refine would make you overcap, so that doesn't work. So what set do we put on her? Can't really do the Bond of Life set. Can you actually? Eh, not really. Does it just emblem? I think it's just emblem. So plus... I don't know, 150% ER requirements-ish?
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Yeah? Okay, crit value. So, Slingshot is 31.2. Well, okay, wait. So 60% plus 62.2% plus 20 times 6.6% plus 31.2% times 2. It is 31.2, right? Yeah. If this less than 4, this square divided by 8 plus 1, otherwise this minus 1. Okay. Now this one, signature gives 28. And then this one, signature gives 56. And okay, so every 1000 HP is 0.7. So every 10,000 HP is 7. So she doesn't need that much HP to max it out. So she's gonna max it out pretty easily. Then this one, every 1000 HP is 16. Oh, this one she doesn't max out easily. Okay. So 20%, 40%, and then minimum of 110 and 1.6% of
Never mind.
total HP divided by 1000. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can also add C6R1, sure. And we can add C2R1. I guess C0R1 as well. You can see the progression. So R1 is it the same as C4R1? Yeah, everything is the same as C4R1. right? So far. This is res shred, this is motion value, yeah. Then C6R1, we just gotta change the HP. Same as this. The crit value. Okay. Effective HP is total HP multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by crit multiplier. Motion value. On level 9 is 20%. Oh, that's nice. So 20% times 6 plus 3.88% times 5. And then damage is this times this times 290 times 1.25. Okay. So in a hypercarry Sijuin team at C0, she will do 200k damage. Okay, cool. In total, yes, in total. C0R1, 300k. C2R1, 330. Oh, that really isn't that good, huh? Oh yeah, also, I guess... Oh, this is times 8. It does nothing confirm. In this team, it doesn't do much. Well, I guess it increases your Farina's damage, so that's fine. C4R1. 750k. C6R1. 1.1 million.
What could the children do?
And C6R5. 1.5 million.
Let them do as they please.
This is the funniest character of all time, man. This is bad considering it's C6R5. No, it's pretty good. Because you do that damage in like 5 seconds. It's very front-loaded. And the AoE is massive. The overall damage compared to other C6R5s is relatively low, yeah, but really big AoE and front load make up for it, I think. Like, it's obviously not worth it. Don't get me wrong. I'll compare it with Navidad? Sure. The thing is, you can do shorter rotations with Sijuin, right? Like, in this team, you can do 18-second rotations. Oh yeah, wait, no, you're right. I did forget to change the motion value. You're right, you're right, you're right.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my
Wait, there is no shot C3 is the skill talent. Oh, that is so ass. What the fuck? No. Oh god. Okay. C0 E Amber.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
How much is it? It's 8, right? Yeah, it is. Times 4 plus 87 times 2. 87.84 plus 15.48.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Yeah, I guess generally. Oh wait, I forgot the passive. Yeah. Oops. This is kind of fake because you're not actually. Well, it's nah, it's close enough. But I don't want to talk about it, man. Do we have to talk about it? Can we not? Alright, let's do the banner review. Say hi to YouTube chat. Off topic, but have you tried Arena in League? Yeah, it's pretty fun. An unexpected error occurred. What? An unexpected... Mods, can you put a marker? I don't know why it's not working for me. Worst case, it's 1:50. 1 hour, 50 minutes into the stream is when we started. Same issue? Okay, so remember 1 hour and 50 minutes. Or 1 hour and 51 minutes. 1:51. Alright. Actually, no. Before... No, I lied. Before we do this, because we were talking about mobile Genshin earlier, right?
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
I want to talk to you guys about this thing, which is the Razer Kishi Ultra. Now, it's like half an... I don't know if I have to disclose ad, because I'm very confused as to the state of this. It was supposed to be an ad, and then I couldn't manage to come up with a good YouTube short, which is what they wanted. Hi. But yeah, I couldn't manage to come up with a good YouTube short, so I told them, like, I don't think I'll be able to do it. But at least, because, you know, they sent me one to try, and, you know, I kind of strung them along for a while. I said that I'd, you know, shout out their product on stream. I don't know if that actually counts as an ad, because I mean, whatever. That's not the important part. But, like, for full transparency, they have sent me this, and it was supposed to be a sponsorship, but it kind of isn't anymore. But either way, there's no VOD, by the way. Why is there no VOD? What? Oh my god, I am going to...
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do.
Why did no one tell me? I tried? Well, you didn't try hard enough. Okay. It should be available now. No, it isn't. Wait, is it? I clicked on publish, but I don't think it's working. Dude, is it actually... I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's because I got fucking copyright muted on the VOD yesterday because of Robin's song. Yeah. Dude, I actually swear, I am going to lose it. I don't know why. Maybe it'll get published at the end. Whatever. Worst case, I'll... it's fine.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Controller show his own usage of daily video. Oh, Pog. Alright. So, anyway, my bad. Okay, so, in any case, right, my phone is obviously too old to even play Genshin on, so it was actually really good timing that they wanted to sponsor me right around the time as the Samsung sponsorship. So, because otherwise I would have been like, I can't test it. I don't want to take a sponsorship for a product I can't try myself like that. So, like, rip bozo, I guess.
My eyes is ill-advised.
But because
I can't promise you.
I had the Samsung phone that I could use to try it, I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's give it a shot. And I actually really enjoyed using it. I'm not someone who's used to playing on controllers at all, so it took a little bit of getting used to. But like mechanically, it worked really well. It was pretty easy to set up. I like all you do, right? Like you have the controller, and there's a like the plug for it here. You just put your phone in, like the plug is here. You put your phone in this way. This way. And then you just pull and you plug it here. I'm an idiot. It's hard to do it while trying to show it. But and then you do this. And now it's plugged. You can't use controller on Android and Genshin. You actually can. Like, there's no actual default. Like, there's no actual controller support for Genshin on Android, but the Razer Kishi Ultra, if you open your game from the Razer Nexus, which is an app you can download, you can basically come with all of these like joysticks, whatever, that are mapped to the buttons of the controller, and you can put them wherever you want, and then you confirm at the top, and then oh wait, I gotta log out here, otherwise it's gonna give me an error. Make your camera bigger? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I can just move around like this. I guess, wait, probably this way is the best way I can show it? Yeah, this way. And I can move around. I don't remember what I mapped to what. I think this is, yeah, this is normal attack. I have my X button for normal attack. I have my A for skill. I have my burst here. I don't have my burst up. I have my character swaps on the D-pad. I should probably... Yeah, okay. Right, I have my character swaps on the D-pad here. So I can swap to whichever character I want. But yeah, you should try to clear Abyss playing on this. I tried and I can't get the capture card I have to register from the input on the controller. But yeah, anyways, and it's effectively kind of like playing on controller. I mean, it's not like playing on controller. You're effectively playing on controller. But yeah, so it's a Razer Kishi Ultra. And, yeah, okay-ish business. Let me, how do I close Genshin on phone again? I forgot. Oh yeah, that's what. Why did they remove home buttons on phones? I don't get it, man. Fucking ugh. Whatever. Ooh, gotta get a larger screen. Anyways. The cam? Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, actually you're right. But yeah, nice thing about that is because you're like putting your buttons manually like wherever you want, you get to actually rebind your buttons to whatever you want. Which is actually sick because the actual default options are just not it. Right? Like on PC you can't fucking You can't even do that on PC, yeah, exactly. Anyways, that's that. Let's move on to recording this. Okay, so it's at 2:02. 2 hours and 2 minutes. I need you guys to remember that for me. Alright. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To... Why is my face so, like, not centered? Whatever, good enough. Hi. To a quick little banner review, and by quick little, I mean long... No, I mean, yeah. Long, large. By quick little, I mean long, large banner review for the upcoming banners for... What is it, second phase? Second phase of 4.6. First we'll go review of what we have. We have Wanderer and Baiju as the 5 stars. And then you have Beto, Farazan, and Lila as the 4 stars. And on the weapon banner, you have the Bell, Catalyst version, and Baiju's signature, Jadefall Splendor. And then you have a Range Gauge, Favonia's Sword, Sacrificial Fragments, Prospector's Drill, and Rain Slasher. Now, start with the character banner. This is a very, I think, difficult banner to gauge. I think that in some ways it's really good, and in some ways it's really bad. So let's cover each character individually. First, Wanderer. Wanderer is definitely a character of all time. He's not a bad character, but he's also not a great one. He's very... His base performance without C6 Farazan, which would... which we'll talk about in a little bit, because Farazan is on banner. But his base performance without C6 Farazan is honestly kind of underwhelming. But with C6 Farazan, he's actually pretty good. Now, I'd say that with the release of Xianyun, there are really not too many situations where Wanderer will end up performing better than Xiao, unless you're looking at high constellation characters, because Wanderer scales a bit better with cons than Xiao does. Generally, Wanderer will tend to perform a bit worse than Xiao, all things considered. But yeah. Now, overall, that doesn't mean that he's not good, right? Like, at the end of the day, he's not bad. He's just, you know, whatever. And he does have advantages that don't directly translate to his just overall strength in a vacuum, right? He is one of the best characters for Overworld. right? His elemental skill lets him go really, really fast and hover over shit, which is quite useful when you're doing overworld stuff. He is not burst reliant at all, which is also nice for a different kind of overworld stuff, which is like, you know, when you're doing exploration, you want to kill enemies, you don't have to use your burst for anything. Very often when you are, because enemies are so squishy in overworld, it kind of feels bad to play burst reliant characters, because use your burst, they die, and then you don't have your burst for the next group of enemies. So he has that going for him. Even in Abyss and like quote unquote difficult content, his ability to hover against some enemies will let him avoid a good portion of their attacks, and his ability to shoot enemies, you know, from range while he himself is relatively high up, allows him to hit a lot of enemies that are mobile, that move around, that go in the air and don't fall down. Enemies like, namely the Wolf Lord,
Adventure team,
are really.
off we go.
It's very noticeable how useful Wanderer's. I'll call it reach, I guess, right? His ability to reach enemies, but how useful Wanderer's reach is against enemies like Wolflord that, you know, stall a lot while in the air. I will say that he has a lot more competition for that now. I think for basically every enemy, Neuvillette can aim high enough, even if he can't directly aim up, so there's still a few exceptions. But generally, you know, he can still have an upward angle, so as long as you go far away enough from the enemy, Neuvillette can, most of the time, be able to hit them while they're, and have really high reach as well. So Wanderer's ability to have really high reach doesn't stand out quite as much as it did the first time he came around. But it's still a useful thing if you don't have Neuvillette, or you don't like Neuvillette, or you just want to have a character that's animo that can do that. Now, overall, in terms of like value for an account, I think Wanderer is like really low. He just doesn't, outside of his exploration stuff, he just doesn't offer that much. I think that if you are someone who's like focused only on the meta, I would only recommend pulling for Wanderer if you find yourself annoyed at overworld traversal. Now, that's not the case for everyone. Some people care about meta to some extent, but still, you know, have characters they like. And if you like Wanderer, I'd say that there can be things that will make it so that he's unpleasant to play. But like I like to think of when I'm looking at, when I'm trying to do a banner review, I try to categorize players in like three main different categories. The people that are gonna, or I guess four.
No one's
The people that are gonna
adventure.
pull for him no matter what,
Let's go.
because they just love the character and don't care about meta. The people that won't pull for him no matter what because they hate the character and don't care about meta. And those are like together, they're not going to gain anything from watching this video, right? And then the remaining two groups is people who care mostly about meta and very little about
Assemble.
the character, whether it's because in general they don't care about the character's personalities or design or whatever, or because this specific character just is kind of whatever to them. And then the group of people who actually kind of like his character, but don't want to spend a lot of Primogems on a character that they won't end up actually playing. Right? I think that for the former, Wanderer is not a very good pull. He's just not the sort of unit that is going to do that much outside of the overworld stuff. If you're trying to pull only for like the optimal stuff.
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say.
For the latter, though, which is honestly most people, right? Most people land in the... Most people are influenced to some extent by how much they like the character. But I guess in the first group, that also included people who are influenced by it, but just don't care about the specific character. So I guess it's not most people. Editor, take that out, whatever. In the latter group, right, so people who actually like him, but, you know, are wondering if it's actually worth the amount of Primogems that it takes.
Let's go.
I think that Wanderer is not the worst character. He can be pretty good for certain accounts.
Benny's adventure chain.
But there are a decent amount of situations where he feels awful to play. And you should know about those before you pull for him. Because if you're planning on playing him in those situations, you are going to be disappointed. So, mainly, Wanderer in most content is very reliant on some form of defensive utility. Without a good form of resistance to interruption, he gets staggered very, very easily. And stagger hurts him a lot because
Wow. Where did that come from?
he's in the air, you know? So he just starts falling like an idiot. Now, what that means is if you don't have a good generally shielder on your account,
Benny's adventure team.
if you don't have Zhongli, you don't have a built Toma, you don't have a built Lila, he
Or not.
is very often going to feel awful to play. Honestly, to some extent, even in Domains and Overworld.
Let's go find some treasure.
That being said, if you do have some form of defensive utility, he generally feels completely fine to play. Now, you can play him without defensive utility, and you know, it's not bad inherently, but I think that for most people it's just not going to be a pleasant experience, so it's not something I would generally end up recommending. Outside of that, his damage without C6 Pharazon and a shielder, his damage with a shielder without C6 Pharazon tends to be kind of underwhelming. Fine, but really, like, noticeably not amazing. Still good enough to clear stuff, unless, like, he gets hard countered by the content, like, on the first side of this abyss. Do not play, especially without C6 Pharazon, do not play Wanderer against this. 70% animal resistance does not fuck around. But, like, unless he's, like, soft or hard countered by the content, generally,
No one's joined me on an
he's, you know, more than good enough to clear stuff without too much of a problem. If you are going to actually, like, hyper invest into him and get him very well built.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
So all in all, you know, if you're on the fence and feel like you can afford going for a character that isn't the best because either you're already 36 starring or you don't plan on playing him in Abyss, or you are going to go on him, on his banner really hard, maybe either go for like a constellation or two on him, or go for his signature, or just you have really strong artifacts at the ready and a strong support team for him already, then green light, go for him if you have the primos for it, and he's gonna be all right. If you're more on the okay, well, I kind of need a character to clear Abyss right now. I don't have C6 Pharazon. I'm far from C6 Pharazon. Maybe this is more of a hold off for a better banner moment for you. Now, for constellations, right? His C1 is alright. It's not great. It's not awful. It's alright. It's a fine C1. There's really not that much to say about it. It is what it is. C2, it's nice for front load. It's nice for specific levels of investment where at C1 one rotation isn't enough to clear a boss, but at C2 one rotation is. It's also, you know, kind of just alright. C3 is fine. It's not the best. It's whatever. C4 is fine. The reality is that at a baseline, you're almost always getting one of the best two. You're almost always getting the Pyro one. And the Hydro buff is nice in some situations where you just barely don't have enough damage without it. But in most situations, it just doesn't do too much. The Electro buff also just doesn't do too much. And so in most situations, this is just a 1 out of 3 to be good. And if that's the case, then it's kind of eh. But in situations where the Hydro buff is useful, then this is a bit better. But either way, like for a Constellation, it's not all that great. C5 also not all that great. And then C6 is, I mean, it's a C6. It's not a bad C6. It's not an outstanding C6 either. But it is a pretty good C6, to be fair. I think the main thing that, like, holds C6 Wanderer back isn't really the strength of his individual constellations, but more so the fact that they don't really synergize with each other that much, right? C2 and C3 are for burst damage, and that doesn't do shit for your C6, right? Now that's not to say C6 Wanderer is bad, far from it. C6 Wanderer is one of the most popular whale speedrunning characters. Like he's fine at C6. I don't want to focus too much on cons. I think individually, when it comes to early cons, they're all fine. And yeah. Anyways, next up, for the 4-star characters, we can start with Pharazon because a lot of it ties into Wanderer, right? So, one of the things that warped people's perception on Wanderer so much early on is that, you know, Wanderer is a lot stronger with C6 Pharazon. But because Pharazon was released at the same time as Wanderer on his banner, then for a lot of people, they either didn't get C6 Pharazon or got C6 Pharazon and Wanderer constellations. And the boost from C1 and potentially C2 versus someone who has like C4 Pharazon, C0 C0 Wanderer is pretty big. Now, a very good portion of that boost is Farazan herself. So let's go over her. I think Farazan is a unit who is at C0. Yeah. The buff that she gives at C0 is, well, it's she gives damage percent, but the main thing that she provides is animal res shred, which, because she's the only unit Gene C4 excluded to provide directly animal res shred, makes it so that even if she's not that good at it, a buff, a good buff that you can't really stack tends to be useful to some extent. What I mean by that is the more res shred you have, the worse it becomes, right? If assuming a baseline 10% animal resistance enemy, so base resistance, res shred, initial multiplier, post shred multiplier, damage increase, right? 30% res shred, initial multiplier is if this, I guess I should also have post shred res. So, initial multiplier if this is greater than 0. That's 1 minus this. Otherwise it's 1 minus this divided by 2. Okay, and then the damage increase. Alright, this is the number we're interested in, right? 30% animal resistance shred on a basic enemy with 10% animal resistance, which is the default that enemies have, increases your damage by 22%. But if you have multiple ways of stacking it, like if you're looking, for example, at Pyro in a team with, I mean, nowadays we can do like Arlecchino, Kazuha, Zhongli, right? If you're asking yourself, okay, should I use Zhongli or another shielder? How much is Zhongli doing for me? Well, you're starting at minus 30, and he's giving you 20% shred, which is an 8% increase. Whereas if you were to start at 10, it'd be a 16% increase. It's basically half as effective because you already have shred. So shred is a value, or is a multiplier, or a debuff, whatever, that is very useful when you only have one source of it. And it becomes a little bit less useful the more of it you have. The other nice thing about shred is that against enemies with higher resistance than default, right? So if going back to Farazan, looking at the damage increase against Coppelius, right? Farazan doubles your damage just from the shred. That's a pretty big deal. In any case, because the shred is part of her base kit rather than constellations, she's fine at C0. That being said, she still has a lot of issues at C0, right? Pressing skill doesn't generate energy. It's doing your charge shot after pressing your skill. The explosion that happens after you do your charge shot is what can generate energy, right? It's not, this doesn't generate energy, this thing does. What that means is if you want her to generate energy,
Too late for regrets.
you have to spend more time on her. You have to actually do a charge attack, an uninterrupted charge attack. The thing is, her charge attack doesn't hurt that much. Especially when you're building her with the amount of VR that she is going to end up needing in a team like that, in most of her teams. Now, that's a pretty big deal, right? The ER requirements that she has are a pretty big deal. And while C4 gives her a little bit of energy, it really just kind of doesn't. Because you're only doing one charge all per rotation in, for example, a Wanderer team. Right? You're only doing at most one, if you even do it. Because if you can get away without having to do it, you'd rather do that. Because obviously when you're built... You'd rather build a 300 ER Farazon that doesn't use skill, or that doesn't use a charge shot, than a 260% ER Farazon that does. If you can actually reach the amount of ER that you're gonna need, you would rather not have to use your charge shot at all. But even if you use it, that's basically 2 energy per rotation. On an 80 cost burst, very, very insignificant. That being said, the C6 gives you the explosion from your ult. It keeps happening over and over inside your ult. And the charge attack has particle generation ICD, so you'll only generate particles from it about every 6 seconds. But effectively, C6 makes it so that she will generate basically 6 particles without having to do a charge shot, instead of 2 particles while having to do a charge shot. Just that part is a pretty huge deal already. Not just for her, because obviously it's going to significantly reduce her ER requirements. But also for the rest of your team. You're generating more energy, generating more particles. It makes everything in your team have lower ER requirements. On top of that, it gives 40% crit damage, and it makes it so you get your explosion, which actually deals non-insignificant damage. Obviously, mine isn't level, but it's not a great amount of damage, but it's not nothing. You actually get these from off field. It also, not just for the damage, it also can keep enemies grouped more easily. Basically, what I'm getting at is the difference between a C5 Farazon and a C6 Farazon is massive. At C5, she's like a playable-ish unit that you can put on a team with another animal carry if you don't have anything too good for the slot already, or if you're against high resistance enemies. At C6, she is the least replaceable unit on your team. At C6, you're keeping Farazon before you're keeping Bennett on your Shao team. That's why the Xianyun team, with Shao, the most popular one, the default one, has been Xianyun Farina Farazon, not Xianyun Bennett Farazon. Or sorry, not Xianyun Farina Bennett. Because at C6, the buff that she provides is just actually massive. Now, does that make her broken at C6? Not necessarily, but she is actually a good character at C6, although limited to only a few good teams because she's a very specific niche character. Now, does that mean that she can only be played with Shao and Wanderer? Not really. while I wouldn't really say that you should play other, like, Farazan teams if you have actual strong team options, if you, are, a little bit lost with what to do with your account, you ended up getting lucky on Season Farazan, you lost your 50-50, didn't get Wander or whatever, you can actually play her as in a quick swap team as a pseudo carry in her own right. With, you can play Farina, Bennett, Hazel, Shangling, for example. Pretty strong team. It's not anything all that crazy, but it is actually reasonably strong. Where's Farazan in that team? Wait, what did I say? Did I say Farina instead of Farazan? I'm sorry. Like in Farazan, Bennett, Hazel, Shangling. I'm sorry, it's because you can use Farina and Shenling kind of interchangeably in that team, so I had both of them in the back of my head. Whatever. I think there's honestly a pretty fair argument to be made that Farazan is better than Wanderer or Shao. She puts them on her back more so than the other way around. But again, that is only at C6. Before C6, at C5, she's honestly a pretty whatever unit. But she is a relatively future-proof unit in the sense that I think she'll have a place in any animal carry team for the foreseeable future. All of this to say, right, Farazan is definitely one of the better units to have on a banner. She's not insane because she's not good in every team, and a lot of the teams where she ends up being good in are maybe not teams you're really going to want to play. I think that if you're going for Baiju on this banner, it's very unlikely that Farazan is good for you because because she just doesn't really. Her quick swap teams without Wanderer or Shao are good, but they're not outstanding. And you actually have to get her to C6 for her to be playable in those teams. For those teams to be playable at all, actually. Okay, going through her constellations individually, C1 lets her get 2 charge shots per E. If you are really like a Farazan lover, you absolutely want to play her on field, whatever. This is a pretty big deal because it basically almost doubles her damage. Without this, you're going to be firing normal charge attacks instead, which is kind of whatever. It's fine. It's also relatively impactful in the quick swap animo teams, where it's a good way to fill your downtime. And it can be pretty fun if you want to play TF Farazan and just spam her E and charge attack. You can actually get really good stagger with it. With TF Farazan. Because you're effectively permanently having your vortex effect, which is kind of fun. It's pretty cool. Not all that great, but it can be a fun thing. C2 is kind of worthless for Wanderer teams because generally Wanderer doesn't stay on field for that long. So the increased duration from ult doesn't matter too much. It's not completely useless because without it, you generally want to use your Pharazon ult a little bit later in your rotation, so it might end up costing you shield uptime or Bennett uptime. But it's not great. It's more so a constellation that's useful for Shao, who stays on field for longer than Wanderer does. C3, yeah, it exists, I guess. C4, I already mentioned, is pretty worthless by itself. It becomes retroactively pretty good once you have C6 because you actually get a lot of hits from your pressurized collapses, so you get to generate energy a lot of times. But without C6, you only get it at most, generally basically just once per rotation, so it's not very good. C5, also kind of whatever. It slightly increases the damage percent bonus you give, but it's such a small increase that it just doesn't really make that big of a difference. And then finally, C6 obviously is the big one. But yeah, now before we move on to the rest of the 4 stars, I want to look at Baizhu. I did Pharazon before Baizhu because I feel like she's so intertwined with Wanderer. But we can talk about Baizhu now. Baizhu is a very interesting character. I think Furina's release has helped him separate himself from the competition a little bit. I think previously there was like a potential issue, I guess, where Dendro teams are really mostly Hyperbloom and Quicken teams. There's not really Burning teams. There's not that many Burgeon teams. It's really mostly Hyperbloom and Quicken. And I guess Nilo as well, right? In Hyperbloom teams, you just don't have to sacrifice too much to use a healer on your Electro slot because Kuki is a pretty good Hyperbloom trigger. In Quicken teams, his better off-field application than Yao Yao doesn't really matter too much because you don't need good off-field application for Quicken. And in Nilo teams, again, his off-field application doesn't matter as much because you get to have a bit more flexibility in your rotations generally. And the fact that a lot of his application is pretty small AoE or single target doesn't synergize that well with the Nilo teams, and generally, Yao Yao just ends up being about as good, if not better. So what that means is that on release, Baizhu was far from a bad character, but he was a character where the difference between having him on your account or having Yao Yao on your account just was very small. That being said, a few patches later with Furina's release, a few of the things that he does differently from Yao Yao have started mattering a bit more, right? So, Furina has catapulted Quick Bloom teams into being a lot better than they used to be as a Hydro option that applies Hydro slow-ish, so you still get pretty good Quicken uptime, and gives a pretty big damage percent buff. In those teams, if you want to play a unit like Kutsing or Sino as your carry, Baizhu is a pretty good option. He front loads his healing pretty well, which is really nice for Furina compared to Yao Yao. His resistance to interruption can be quite useful, especially for Sino. And his off-field application actually does matter a little bit because it helps you maintain slightly better quicken uptime. Because your Hydro can end up eating away at your quicken aura. On top of that, he's also just a pretty nice healer option for default teams that both want to get a healer to max out Farina's passive, but still appreciate some sort of resistance to interruption. Because most of the actual good defensive units that provide good resistance to interruption don't really heal, so you can't really use them with Farina to max out her fanfare. You're going to end up with much lower fanfare. And so he can be used not really that much as a Dendro unit, but rather as a healer that provides resistance to interruption through his mini shields. Now, does that mean that Baiju is an amazing unit now? I don't think so. I don't use him very often, but I do use him here and there. I think he definitely has a lot more use case now than he used to. And that's kind of nice. That's pretty cool. In terms of his constellations, his C1 is, in a lot of teams, actually quite good. It's not great, but okay. His elemental skill has a 10-second cooldown, right? What that means is that in the average rotation, that's about 20 seconds, you can use it twice. However, you have to swap back to him every 10 seconds to do that. And some carries can't. When you're playing him in a Sino team, when you're playing him in a Risley team, for example, it's just not really something you can really do. And so you end up only getting 1 E per rotation, whereas with 2 charges, you can actually get 2. What this means is that his C1 significantly alleviates his ER requirements. Now, one thing that is worth mentioning is that in some teams that doesn't matter too much, because even if you build him full HP, his shields are paper thin, and even if you build him full damage, his healing is generally more than enough. What that means is that getting to save a lot of ER doesn't actually do that much, right? Because what other stat are you gonna build? You're gonna, I don't know, build crit, I guess, get a little bit of damage out of him, but like, he doesn't do a lot of damage. And so realistically, what this does, it doesn't really translate to more damage for your team. What it does do is it makes it so that teams that are pretty strict for energy at a baseline, teams that actually struggle to get enough energy just at all, like Risley teams where you use him, will actually be able to get his burst every rotation. It's pretty useful for those teams. I think for Sino teams, it's not that useful because generally you're either playing double Electro, and you get Electro Resonance, which generates a decent amount of particles, and generally an Electro unit that also generates a decent amount of particles themselves. Or you're playing double Dendro, which gets you a lot of Dendro particles. You can also play double Hydro, but I think generally in those teams, Baiju's not really recommended for Sino, because you just don't get enough Dendro uptime. You basically don't get any quicken uptime, and you barely get any Hyper Blooms. So all in all, the C1 is useful for teams that just can't reach the ER requirements, and it's kind of nice for those teams. It does do something pretty useful, but In other teams, it just doesn't really do much. C2 gives you basically off-field application. Additional off-field application that isn't actually reliant on you swapping into him. Basically, you get a little bit of off-field dendro every 5 seconds. Just without swapping into him ever. It's just something that happens. I think unironically the main use of it is there's a lot of teams where you want to start your rotation with your hydro unit or your electro unit, and this effectively ends up getting you 1 or 2 more hyper blooms at the very, very start of your first rotation, which is kind of nice. Other than that, it's also just, you know, it makes him useful without having to swap into him, which is kind of nice. Overall, it's an alright constellation. It's not game changing though. C3 is a constellation of all time. C4 is 80 Elemental Master. That is a constellation of all time. C5 is a constellation of all time. And C6 is honestly a constellation of all time as well. C6 helps his app, which is good. But it doesn't do nearly enough for a C6. Like, if you're an Omega Whale, you C6 a fuck ton of characters, then having a more Dendro application on a healer might be useful. But if you only C6 a few characters, or if you only C6 one character, it definitely should not be Baiju. This is a Leviathan constellation, and that's kind of it. Generally, though, Baiju doesn't gain too much from constellations. He's a character that's honestly very similar at C0 versus at C6. So, yeah. Alright, next up, let's move on to the other 4 stars. So we have Lila and Beto. We can start with Lila. Lila is a decent character. The biggest thing about Lila is when you're looking at trial options, right? She has some pretty direct competition in the shielder role with Diona. And I think that there are some situations where she's better than Diona, some situations where she's worse. I think the main issue with Lila is that she's just generally not competitive without any constellations. Because if you're looking at C6 Lila, what are her upsides over the alternatives? Well, if you're looking at her upsides over the alternatives in teams where you're mainly using her because she's a shielder, she has off-field cryo up, which is, you know, pretty useful in some teams. And if you're looking at her as an option versus, like, as an alternative to Diona, she has a bit of actual damage and a stronger shield. At C0, she basically does no damage, and her shield sucks. Which means that Lila is a pretty constellation-dependent unit, not because there's an insanely big difference between C0 and C6, like is the case for Farazan, but rather because she's just behind the competition at C0 in the situations where she's ahead at C6. That doesn't make her unplayable at C0. She's still fine, but you're gonna notice the shield breaking, you're gonna notice that she's not really doing much damage. If you're okay with that, then that's cool, but she's kinda, yeah. C1, significantly increases the strength of your shield, and gives you gives you a shield in co-op. Gives your team a shield in co-op. C2 is a bit of energy generation. C3 is what, skill talent, so it's also pretty sizable increase to the shield. C4 is worthless. It's a cool design for it, but it's such a small number that it effectively doesn't do shit. Like, thematically, it's kind of cool, but it's just... It's just too small of a buff to actually do anything. C5 slightly increases her damage, but it's still not really enough to be relevant damage. And then C6 is a pretty big increase to her damage that compounds the C5 to make her not a great off-field damage dealer, but an actual little bit of damage for the shielder that does damage. Overall, I think Lila is not really used in too many teams. She's used for some Nevilet teams as an option if you think freeze can be useful, or if you're... I mean, in this Abyss, for example, Lila's shield is stronger than Zhongli's shield against the Kenkis because the Kenkis do mostly cryo damage. Well, that's not necessarily true. It depends which attack you're getting hit by. It's weaker than Zhongli's shield if you're getting hit by the Anemo attacks, but it's stronger if you're getting hit by the cryo attacks. And to be fair, if the Anemo attacks trigger Cryo Swirl, it's also good for that. But anyways, overall, she's mostly used, yeah, for Nevilet teams. Sees some play in meld teams that want a shielder and some app, but generally, that's more something that Diona is gonna do. She's a fine defensive option in Hyper Bloom for Hyper Fridge stuff because you'll get to keep enemies frozen and have a pretty decent shield. She's a fine defensive option for Mono Cryo, but not a great one. Or rather, she is a good defensive option for Mono Cryo, but Mono Cryo, it's mainly because the competition is fucking ass. The competition is awful for defensive options in Mono Cryo. None of them are very good. That's why she's fine there. Overall, she's an alright unit. Finally, we have Beto, who I think is a very interesting character. Beto is quite good, but she's somewhat restricted in both the teams where she can be played and the situations where she's exceptionally good. In a way that makes it so that she doesn't get played that often or by that many people. So, the main thing that Beto does, or okay, back in the old days of 1.0, where enemies were fucking ruin guards just looking at you for half the fight, Beto's biggest strength was the damage that she can do against two targets. Beto's burst, when you activate it, gives you Thunder Beast's Charge, which when you hit enemies with normal and charge attacks, hits them, shocks them with lightning. And the lightning bolt will jump around from one enemy to another. If there are only two enemies, it can bounce back to the first enemy and deal damage multiple times. At C2, the base 3 instances of damage becomes 5. So in 2 targets, you're hitting your main target 3 times per proc. That makes her an actual pretty strong source of off-field damage in 2 target situations. On top of that, and I think the most overlooked part of her base 1.0 strength is, unlike most AoE units, if you're only hitting 2 enemies, you're still getting all the value from your ult. And if the enemies are relatively spread out, it's pretty easy for the ult to actually still get full value. Practically, characters outside of basically nowadays Neuvillette, characters that have AoE in AoE situations most of the time don't actually hit all the enemies at the same time. And they're more so generally hitting like 2 out of 3 enemies. And that makes it so that Beto is effectively doing the same amount of work compared to them in 3 targets as she is in 2 targets. There are obviously some exceptions to that, but I think that generally people underestimate how much Beto can do in 3 and 4 target scenarios. On top of that, her elemental skill actually has a massive AoE, so it's basically guaranteed to hit every enemy if you're getting a parry. Now, that being said, Beto was not the best unit in 1.0. She was good, don't get me wrong, but she wasn't quite on the same level as units like Fischl, Xingqiu, Bennett, and Ling. And because of that, with, you know, years of playing, years of new units, we have gotten more and more strong units, which makes it so that Beto's strength doesn't really stand out anymore. However, with time, we've also gotten enemies that are more and more aggressive, which has increased pretty significantly the value of defensive utility. And Beto's burst isn't just a pretty nice like damage dealing ability. It's also a pretty sizable damage reduction. 37% less damage. Every damage you take is reduced by 37%. That's actually kind of nice. Now, as the sole form of defensive utility, that doesn't tend to really be enough for most people, but paired with healers, this makes it so that enemies that would otherwise basically trample you to death by hitting you over and over, enemies like Coppelia, for example, well, now they don't quite do so much damage that they're out damaging your healers, or that they can kill you before you get to swap to your healer. And that's actually a pretty big deal for Beto. Her damage reduction is actually very useful. However, she is not a dedicated defensive utility option. And her main value is that she gives decent defensive utility while still giving good offensive utility, giving good damage. But in single target, her burst doesn't bounce, and so her damage is divided by 5, basically. And so she becomes significantly worse. Because of that, it makes her a, you know, situational team building choice, because you don't necessarily always want defensive utility. That also is situational when it comes to the scenarios where she's good. And that's why she really doesn't see that much play. I think that nowadays, Beto is still a very strong option for Alhaitham Quicken, and to some extent Alhaitham Hyperbloom teams for people that don't have Nahida. She's just a pretty good option with Alhaitham. But she can't be solo Electro and Hyperbloom teams because she doesn't trigger Seeds with her ult. So yeah. She is a pretty good option for Neuvillette. She's not the best, but she's still pretty good. She is a pretty good option for Chevreuse teams that want defensive utility, because honestly, the defensive utility options for Pyro and Electro are fucking abysmal. And so that makes it so that her relatively weak defensive utility is kind of just really good compared to the alternatives. But yeah, so I think overall, I definitely do think she's underrated. I don't think she's as good as she was in 1.0, but I do think that there's a lot of people that could benefit from slotting her in their Alhaitham or Chevreuse teams mainly. Outside of that, she is still pretty much always in my teams when I do 4-star only clears. She's still very much a synergistic unit with Fischl that does enough to justify being in that team. And, I can still clear pretty comfortably with those 4-star only teams. Right, like you can play her as a good source of of damage in Quicken teams and Taser teams. But nowadays there's generally alternatives for those like Quicken and Taser teams that do end up clearing faster than she does. But she's still completely fine. Anyways, all this to say, Beto is not one of the premium 4-stars for banners, but she is still very much a good one. Now, her constellations, C1 is a pretty big deal when it comes to her defensive utility. Now, it doesn't seem like that much, because it isn't, right? 16% of her HP just isn't a very large amount. But it's actually more than that, because she has damage reduction, and that damage reduction applies before your incoming damage is calculated for your shield. And so it also makes this shield tankier. If you're stacking damage reduction with Beto plus Singto, this shield becomes basically unbreakable. But just with Beto herself, it's a fine-ish shield. But while it's up, you have infinite resistance to interruption, which is nice. So it's still relatively useful. I think I've warmed up a lot to her C1 over the years. I used to think it wasn't that great, but again, right, with enemies getting more aggressive, I think it's pretty valuable now. C2 is obviously her biggest spike in terms of power offensively. It's quite good. C3 is whatever. Talent levels for your skill is fine. C4 is both worthless and great. And by that I mean, generally it's pretty useful. It's pretty useless. You don't want to normal attack on Beto. But very often with Beto, you can find yourself in situations where you're trying to break shields. And Beto, as a shield breaker, especially with C4, is actually kind of massive. Like, is actually really good at breaking shields. Especially in AoE, but still in single target. Beto is actually one of the better shield breakers in the game. Because she just applies so much of her element. And the C4 helps with that. It's not amazing, obviously, because you don't always care about the shield breaking, but in situations where you do care about the shield breaking, pretty good. C5 burst damage, it's alright. It's obviously not as big of an increase as the C2, but it's still fine. I don't remember if you get more damage reduction from it, or if you have all of it at talent 10 already. Let me double check. Yeah, you do. So you get 3% more damage reduction, which is kind of nice. Alright, talent level 10 is 34%, which is basically a third less. Talent level 13 is 37. It's a little bit more. But it's mainly for the damage. And then C6, Electro Res Shred, which is also alright. It makes her a bit better as a support option for electro carries, but her the character that should synergize the best with her being Raiden not working with her ult obviously hurts this a little bit. But I mean, just for her own personal damage and her damage and the official's damage, if you're playing her with official, it's pretty alright. But yeah, so overall, I think this banner is... I think each of the 4 stars individually is above average. But there's no 4-star that is outstanding. So I don't know if the 4-star lineup is actually above average. Because you only have 8 unit slots in Abyss. And a slightly above average 4-star isn't actually that likely to actually make it onto your 2 teams. Right? With a limited amount of characters that you want to be playing, I don't really know if it's actually that good to have 3 slightly above average characters. I think it's obviously a great banner for people who like Wanderer because Farazan is on it. Lila is a pretty decent option in some of Farazan's teams as well. With the right setup, you can get both the Cryo buff and the Pyro buff for Wanderer if you're playing Bennett, Lila, Farazan. And obviously that's quite good if you can get it. It's very timing reliant, so you have to do it right, but it is doable. I think for Baiju, it's not a great banner, but it's not that bad. Now, God, now we gotta talk about this. Before we get into the actual analysis, I want to say I'm really sad. This banner makes me really sad because I need to get more Fav swords. All right, I haven't gotten a Fav sword in basically the last 3 years. So I've been contemplating. I've been wondering if I should go on the weapon banner the next time Fav sword comes around, and seeing this banner, it is going to be a resounding no. So personally, this banner makes me angry, but let's get into the analysis. Tulatula's Remembrance, or Wanderer's Bell, or the Bell, is... It's fine. The main issue with Wanderer's signature is that it's not that much better than Wanderer's other options, especially now with if you play him with Farina. Risley's signature is like actually really good. It also doesn't buff his charge attack, which makes it so that in situations where you want to use your charge attack, it's not actually good. Now, his optimal combos generally have charge attacks in them, unless you have his signature or constellations. But honestly, with Abyss getting more and more focused on aggressive enemies, I think at this point, you're better off focusing on just not dying on a Wanderer than you are focusing on getting perfect combos. Overall, it's a fine weapon. Like, it's not worthless, but it's definitely one of the weaker signature weapons. It's fine. Jadefall Splendor is not good. It obviously helps with Baiju's EO requirements. But why does it give him damage? He doesn't do damage. Giving him a little bit more damage is worthless. It's not a good weapon. It's really not. If you think it looks aesthetically pleasing, I think that's a much better reason to go for it than if you think it's good on Baiju, because it's not. Yeah. And I don't even think it looks aesthetically pleasing, but I think that's more reasonable. Anyways, looking at the 4-star lineup, it's actually interesting. Range Gauge, I think it's the first time it's here since its first run. Range Gauge is actually a pretty good bow. It's not. It's not so good that it's great at low refine, and weapon banner exclusive weapons don't tend to be high refined for most people. But if you don't have the greatest 4-star options and you don't have 5-star stat sticks, it can be a pretty alright weapon for some characters. Overall, it is what it is. It's alright. It's a decent stat stick. Fav Sword is really good. I think, in my opinion, it's the best sword to have on a weapon banner for the 4 stars. And it's also up there with Fav Lance as the most useful Fav weapons, because there's just so many sword characters that are good and that want Fav. I wish I could get more of them. Prospector's Drill is definitely a weapon of all time. It's the same thing as Range Gauge when it comes to like both the effect and the stats. But competition for free-to-play polearms is much fiercer. Is that a word? Can you say fiercer? Or do you have to say more fierce? Fiercer works? Whatever. There's a lot more competition for sort of free-to-play polearms, which makes Prospector's Drill generally kind of worthless for most people. Because it just doesn't really have too many characters that both it is good on and that don't have other great options. Sacrificial Fragments is... It's good. It's obviously quite good on Sucrose. It's good on Kokomi or Barbara if you're using them in Nilo teams. And that's kind of it. It's a fine stat stick for Nahida as well. It's fine. It is what it is. It's okay-ish business. And then Rain Slasher is basically it's a fine Diluc weapon. I guess now you can also say that it's a fine Gaming weapon. But it's not that much better than Mailed Flower. And it doesn't work on Melt for either of them. Overall, I think none of these weapons, and that's something that doesn't happen that often. None of these weapons are bad. Like, Rain Slasher is arguably the worst one, and it's a weapon that is actually kind of useful on some characters now. But the 5-star lineup is so awful. Yeah, I guess Rain Slasher is also fine on like, Quake and Beto, but it's not great. But yeah, but the 5-star options, the 5-star lineup for this banner is so not great that I still don't think it's a great banner. If you want to actually, you know, you really, really like Wanderer, you absolutely want to get a signature, it's a fine weapon for that. If, God forbid, you really, really like Baiju and think that his signature weapon is just too pretty to skip, find God. I mean, it's fine. But I really think other than that, it's like, it's not that great. Because the bell is just not good enough on Wanderer to justify rolling on a banner where getting the wrong signature means you're getting a fucking green donut. And while the 4 stars are fine, both Range Gauge and Prospector's Drill are very unlikely to actually end up being played on any of your characters unless they actually end up reaching High Refine. But yeah, that's going to do it for the banner review. This was a pretty long one. Let me know what you guys think. I hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Oh, thank you, Lud. Yes, I will do that. Recorded banner review. Alright. And I think that's going to be it for the Genshin for the day. No VOD still. I think I can't publish the VOD while things are running. Okay, business. Hmm. I had already changed it, love, but yes, it is. Okay, so chat, a little update for those of you that have not played the game themselves and that are just watching on Twitch. I have reached the surface, and I have gotten as far as you can on the surface. Which means now it's mainly story progression and difficulty grinding that's left. Oh yeah, let's do that. What do we do? What kind of build do we want to do? I still haven't unlocked this weapon. I don't know if it's even there, and I'm guessing it probably is.
So ancient.
Oh, actually, we can do these. These are trials that give you a set build, and yeah, you have to Let's do these. That sounds fun.
I feel
Ooh,
unstoppable.
chaos. Whenever you collect a location reward, gain 2 bones. Okay, whatever. You restore magic every second. Okay.
Usage of the pitch black standing stone enables me to temporarily emerge from my abyss, and I thank you for that. I can observe more clearly both the outcome of your trial and all else.
Oh yeah, wait, let me move the cam. True. End the chat. Wow, what are these? What the fuck? Wait, what am I playing again? It's the staff? Attacks or special? I'll do the attacks. Probably broken. Wait. Why do I have 1,000 HP? Wait, what? Huh? That's wrong.
Hit me then.
I guess this is supposed to be like the trial, the first
By the
one.
will of chaos.
What the fuck? Yeah, this is good.
Worth the risk.
Ooh, hammer.
This is the Titan's fault. Death to Kronos. Very well.
What's your favorite weapon so far? I like the dual blades a lot.
Pure gold.
Aww.
It's been so long.
Sure, whatever. What we got here?
Something I need.
Yeah, sure. What does that mean?
Shadow Spiller.
Oh, is it because I asked what do I do? Did I just get hit by this fucking okay, whatever. You have infinite magic for this one. I don't know why, but I mean, whatever.
Back to the
I don't mind it. It is what it is.
Did you do it, Pete?
Surging on. No. My chaos curse subsided.
The right play is to go left, but it doesn't matter. So let me just do this. I kind of wish this one wasn't so easy, though. The first one I did was not easy at all. I mean, it wasn't that hard, but it also wasn't easy. Bro, how long is this gonna take, even? Oh, we have double long. It doesn't matter, but okay. This is kind of boring. I hope it's almost done.
What a custom.
In the name of Hades.
Yeah, it is okay. Okay, let's do this.
Our enemies.
Chronos seems to think my family.
Yeah.
You have prepared your
So much yapping.
cross flames. Luna Ray. Arise, sisters.
I can kind of just get hit by everything. I have infinite HP.
Control yourself. Very good.
I hope that was just supposed to be like the tutorial one, because that was way too
You show
easy.
Return to Shadow now.
Thank you, Headmistress. You! Return to Shadow now. Did what I had to do.
I do.
Everything all right, Dora?
I'm fine. It's
It was quite a fight.
I know what to do.
Activate warding circle found throughout Erebus. Use them to your advantage. What does this do? I mean, it uses resources I have plenty of, so. Oh. Ah.
Upon my birthright, I command the dark to aid my task, and with me find my mark.
So mote it be. Vengeance for your family awaits you far below.
Headmistress, I'll bear them in my heart, but I...
Oh, don't say.
You have this.
You've known Headmistress quite a while, haven't you? Where did you meet? I always wanted to ask.
Well, all I can say is that I was alone. At the end of one life and the start of another. Lost.
That all sounds very figurative.
I was. She told me she could grant me a new life. She needed a tactician knowledgeable of the surface.
A good while, I'm sure.
Princess. Oh no, not this again. Look, I forgave you for last time. Didn't mean it as an invitation to get me more of this stuff.
Just take it and enjoy it, Nem. Besides, I heard you were looking for some more of our witch's poison. Nobody seems to appreciate it quite like you.
Bob? Nemesis would be open to... What the fuck is that? Is that fish? I think that's fish.
Was it always like this? Between you and Headmistress? I used to think it was me you hated most of all.
You've always been naive, Princess. As for Hecate, I liked her better before she decided this right here was the best use of my talents.
She made that decision long ago. So you're going to resent her forever? Or are you going to do something about it?
I am doing something about it. I'm honoring my vow to Mother Nyx. Else I'd be long gone, much to your disappointment, I'm sure.
I would be very disappointed.
I would be very disappointed, yes.
You're saying that sarcastically, Monoe, but I would be.
You'll flourish here. I can overcome this.
Alright, what's this one?
The pitch black stone transported me.
Your special deal with 40%.
Live up to his title.
Oh, I see. Well, that's cool.
Pathetic.
Okay, I gotta stop doing that. I'm taking damage.
They got through.
I don't know what you did
Specials? Yeah. Yeah.
I grow strong. Going in. Olympus, I accept this message.
No. Yeah, sure. Yep.
Come. Spouts are up.
I'll grab this because it's
Enchanted for the
an
night.
upgrade.
I've blood to spare. Good to be back.
Hello, Chaos.
I devised all began precisely as planned. But from that point, not even I can influence the outcomes entirely. For instance, I did not expect to find you here, Spawn of Hades.
No. Whatever.
Then it is yours.
Oh, what is that?
Oh no.
Oh, shit!
to recharge.
Was the easiest build first clear in your opinion? Probably just staff, try to get the double Omega attack.
Olympus, I accept this message.
No. Probably, yeah. That's fine as well, but
A
I
wave
like
of
this.
power.
'Cause I kind of fucked up on this fight. I want to heal. How did that hit me? I am idiot. Might suffer from stupid, yeah. Ah! Bro, okay, I am so bad, what the fuck? Like, that's actually horrible. What the fuck did I just do? That's really good. Oh, that is so good.
In the name of Hades. What do we have in stock? I call upon the moon and draw you down.
You bear the... Which suits you?
Let us grab this. It's probably better, right? I have so much damage
Drink deep
already.
and persevere.
It probably is.
She came. You got something to say, lady? You save it till after the show. This song's called Coral Crown.
Ah, how did I get hit by that? I'm an idiot.
Come on, sailor, feel my music. Echoing through sea and cold. To my life. Join my seeming wrecks below. Traveler Buffer, this shall be their final cruise. Down, down, king of bones with a coral crown. Drown, drown, save your breath, 'cause tonight you're gonna drown.
Better.
Come to me, my tasty morsels. Always room for What happened to Jenny? Make yourself at home, my...
All right. Okay.
They just won't shut up. Must have been my kale spoon just then. Experiment complete? Return to shadow now.
Who is it? I don't know. I don't recognize the number.
Chaos trial done.
Hey,
Hey.
what's up?
Hey, you're up. You were out a while. See,
I fought past Erebus down into Oceanus. It was so strange being...
the sea. That's the thing with all the water.
It's a big place.
Princess.
Hey, what's up, Moros?
How can you be so certain that there are no more weavings taking place? That rather than the fates setting the course of our lives, there's no pattern anymore. Only sheer mindless chance.
I never said I was certain. Only that I no longer sensed my sister's work. And it's a relatively well-honed sense. But I've also never been apart from my sisters like this. I feel unmoored.
As though you don't know where you're going.
Dodge.
To me, everything feels the same as ever. Present circumstances notwithstanding. How much control did the fates truly have?
They are highly influential, I can tell you that. But can they force your every action, every thought? Of course not. You are conscious. It was your choice to speak with me just now.
But the fates knew we'd meet.
Precisely.
You really want to know the way things used to be, Trouble?
I don't
Sure.
care, Eris.
Inspiring.
No, I can't.
You don't get it. Fine.
You have no friends and you are ugly and cringe.
Back amongst the living.
What now?
Yeah, for all of these I have to go up.
I was curious to see if you would consecrate the altar of ashes on your own. It ought to be further attuned to you as a result.
The altar is the threshold through which we all pass, going to and from these crossroads. A gate.
Correct on all
All
three
clear.
counts.
Next time you got something to say about me, you come say it to my...
What?
What are you even talking about? I think you're being accusatory and abrasive. There, I said that to your face.
Odysseus tried giving me one of his talks, telling me you didn't go complaining to him.
He was concerned with how we're getting on. You're not exactly being subtle, and he's quite perceptive in case you hadn't noticed.
Be quiet.
Have you caught Eris snooping through our plans or anything?
She stays over in her little corner mostly, Goddess, but I've been
We can plan around it, you mean?
Aye.
Full grown.
Okay. Let's do the other one. I wonder if it's gonna unlock more once I do this. Probably, right?
This vision I accept.
Vengeance is an impulse I would better understand.
So I have a lot of HP. What the fuck? Wait. That's hilarious. What?
Something about it.
Wait, you're just supposed to fucking run into them. That's hilarious. Bro, can you hit me, please? Okay, whatever. I'll.
Need shells. Olympus, accept this message.
That's actually hilarious.
Our bond renewed. Best have a look around. What's left of Aphira?
I feel like the hammer doesn't matter. All the HP Hermes, I guess.
Pylon sighted. A time sign. Ha! Silence.
All this reminds me of the time I backed your brother when he was... Oop.
That seems good. I need to find 2 more, though, but I can do that.
Ghastly thing. You.
But that's actually hilarious.
Felt that for sure. Some bones. There. Hold on, sister. You're just in time. Marked one for me, did you? Well done.
sister.
Hello.
There you are.
Look at you.
Hermes wouldn't have.
Hello.
Then by all means.
No. Yeah.
Together we shine.
Yeah, whatever. How much damage do I take if I stay here? 33.
That light.
Apollo's.
Done here.
Where's the exit? Hello? There it is.
The barrier's lost some of its strength. Now for the last one.
Rage. That's interesting. I want to see how good that is.
Behold the argent skull. Where to this time? Out of shells. No shells. Revol's empty.
I'm realizing this is probably not a great watch experience because it's too easy.
The sightless...
Like there's no challenge, there's no nothing. Bedge till bro, the boss is gonna be Bedge as well.
Need shells. Death to Kronos.
Please, the bill is kind of funny, yeah.
You are as fresh. Right.
Am I done?
Finished here.
Yeah.
Back to nature. Here's the gold.
Yeah, sure.
Olympus, I accept this message. to my boon.
Gotta be kidding. You could have had.
I have done.
Put yourself. Here, have another. Making me mad here. Chow time. Wait, where'd you go?
Fuck, did I die? Ah, shit, I died, didn't I?
Oh, ate me alive.
No! How did I die? How did I die before I killed him?
A pitch black stone has been here this entire
Boss
time.
had
and
iframes?
failed to
Ah,
detect
fuck.
it.
It was inert just recently, Lord Moore.
Well,
Whatever.
Nothing like a pit.
I don't want to do it again. It was so boring. Fuck, I thought it was gonna be funny.
Ah, you're here.
Fuck.
Evening, I think.
The time to prove yourself
Veg.
has finally come,
Commander?
young one.
Okay. I'll just do a run, I think. I need this.
What form suits you tonight? Pan. This way this time. No pressure.
Ooh, hammer first. That's fun. Give me a good one. Okay, this is better. Yeah, this is just so much better.
Superior might.
Hey, what's this? Oh, wait, what did I get? Okay, that's awful.
Face me. Ensnared.
True.
My tribe
bid you welcome.
Lend me your light.
How you doing,
The
Fred?
Cyclops Polyphemus.
Let's do this one. It's fun.
Wolf howl.
Heading in.
It's quite fun.
Time to break through again.
How way to throw my cast? Is there that? Shit, there isn't. That's a lot of Poseidon, though. What if I do health into 5x Poseidon? Yeah, that sounds fun.
That barrier's back up.
Whoa.
Him again.
Heracles, what up?
From all the slaughter, just stand back. Far back. Stand clear. It begins!
Hold still in their shades.
beat him.
Enjoy the show, you gods.
Oh, I can gift him now. Let's go.
Call it.
Great son of Zeus, I offer you this gift of nectar. That it may...
Saves me having to find another bottle for when next I have to prove my fealty.
No trouble at all,
Oh.
thank you.
You made it out before. Cyclops must have caught your scent, though.
That's a ringing endorsement. Though you must be stronger still. Ever...
He's not my type. Besides, he's a spawn of the gods, just... peace.
Yeah. Oh wait, I just realized I have the fucking... Oh no. Oh, that's not good. I didn't realize I fucking put the timer on. Shit.
The time sign's back. I'll tear it apart. One left.
The Cyclops...
Yeah, actually, you know what? Honestly, I don't have enough time to do this. I'm just gonna give up. And I think I'm gonna end stream here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!